Chat. We got boys just like Mr. Brown. Okay, this shit she already making it down to what we ain't gonna talk about it. I'm just going to step down. So right from around the city. My mother's just sitting here now. He's sleeping now. Every time I walk the door, another nigga sleep now. I'm still outside, shit, so I drink. You look like one hell, that's my right hand, soon as face still can't see still left. The big so you thought I came alone, but I came with a fight. My own, I got the outlaw that I'm being. Let's put it to the test. Every time you need to tell me these songs, I'm busy, and I don't need this. Ain't never went nowhere, niggas ain't doing my bid. For a suspect, armed and dangerous, putting shit on the ground. Niggas next to my day, bust like this is fucking joke. You fix it up, you drop it off your right, like butterfly, and paying for life. See what the niggas stuff up, that 40 rock, and gold. G, man, give me the stuff, what you did like a fucking remote. You may fuck that kid, you may fuck that funny, I can't sound like you. You may see the niggas, you clean, you I'm totally talking to the man, you get sick, if you only try to dream, you got just for me, you know, it's not a bitch, you won't fuck me, because you know we big, lost. If you're not trying to see the answer, where the fuck you leave? You try to get something called pussy, dedication to me. Yeah, let's let them out, just make them talk, so they can want to stop. Hey, check out this, you know, it's called fucking cops. This shit, I mean, like, it's called this shit, stuff is in the pot. For the motherfucker, this was season like he's fucking crying. Fully bitch just got shot, that nigga dropped his eye. We used to knock shit out, cause we all used to box. Check my bitch, check that shit up, then we shoot a lot. Nigga talking about still shit, we shoot a lot. That's how we get to stick with the blood. I'm just both for taking shit. I ain't going to drop on me and now, stick to the I'm only doing A-libs, bro. That's it. But the world just chasing. We're going to lose it. Yeah, you know this compass. I'm only doing A-libs, bro. That's it. But the world just chasing. We gon' erase his ass. There's so many of them niggas in the air, we talking faces. This little bitch keep trying to fuck, but I ain't trying to fuck. She too basic. And these Balenciaga tracks. Fuck, I look like wearing H. 2 for 1. Yeah, you know this how it go. They slipped up cootie, meant to life. No cootie, so I ain't no local bud. And I don't never shoot for pro. Niggas came home and made it this. Get back to 60. Little was screaming loud as shit. Why y'all ain't bringing Jawine Reed died and walked in front. Got kicked from his job. It's Mr. Disrespect. I'll fuck around and slap KJ on. I don't give a fuck what I say. Who the fuck won't touch me? Disrespectful guy to the city turned to killers love me. I just bought some pills from LA. Headed in my luggage. I'm sure I won't break that TSA. I'm like the second night. I ain't thinking. Hop at the wheel, just hop at the wheel, hop at the wheel and chase him. We gonna race his ass. We gonna face him. I smoke and I smoke and I smoke and I smoke and I smoke. But the money is a fraud and I'm risky as a snipe. Ain't no fucking way he living. Stop some drink together. Nigga, I'm kinda stupid. Watch your mouth, cause I don't play with how we got his lowest and outside his house. Like we try to stick it down the hole. He get that figure with his dicks. Watch it. And I can't remember this okay, cause I so pay. I show my cousin how to work the micro drink. He said he's staying on my 230s. I guess I'll take it 60. If you pull the ring, you get so close that you can smell his breath. So, brother, do you get
Enough walking for today. We set up camp here. In case you boneheads have forgotten, the world is broken. Very broken. The dead walk the earth, and what remains of civilization is at the mercy of forces we barely understand.
What makes you think we're gonna find something different at this new place?
I don't know that we will. But at least we'll be sure.
Sure of what, exactly?
I don't know.
His memory's going again.
Your name is Russman. Russ Man.
That my first or last name?
We don't know. You're just Russman. Anyway, you're a former operative from Broken Arrow. You've been walking the Earth since the, incident.
Yeah. I think I remember. The town.
That's right.
That's where you found us!
When we met, you already had your lapdog in tow.
What do you mean, lapdog, huh? I'm the only one who knows what to do!
Don't talk stupid, Stu. All you know is whatever the German tells you to think.
I don't think you're in any position to ridicule Mr. Stuhlinger, particularly given your own proclivities.
You better watch your mouth before you say something you regret, boy.
Enough! We need to remember why we're here. We've all been jumping through hoops for reasons we don't fully understand.
Fully understand?
All right, for reasons we don't understand at all. Point is... Woo! Took a bit of a tumble there. Is there a connection between this chalk and the question marks? I think this is that rainy day I was saving for. I think I need to dip into my savings. Sometimes, you gotta prioritize. I get the feeling the only inhabitants are gonna be of the undead variety. I reckon we should bust the poor lug out of his cell. Oh, he's scared. Hey, how about something to drink? Power's on! Seems like that's always the first thing we do when we go somewhere new. This candy could have been sitting here for years. What exactly did I do? do no harm to hang on to this booze. I got something for you. Nice going, big guy. You smashed the shit out of that. Juggernaut. I always thought that was supposed to make you stronger.
Ain't happened yet.
Ha! They always have that I know I'm fucked look on their face. Hit him with this. Don't expect much difference. I can already carry more than those jokers. This had better be worth it when it's all finished. This is for you. Nice going, big guy. You smashed the shit out of that. You want the sweet stuff, don't you? Nice going, big guy. You smashed the shit out of that. Damn, this makes me a bit jittery. Yeah! I knew I'd come back for this one day. Ah! I should just cut all these hedges down with a damn chainsaw. It would make life a whole lot easier. Ugh. What? No twist of lime? The song sold me on a lie. I think Marlton may have a bit of a crush on me. Should I shoot him? Could I? Should I? Best things in life are free? I don't think so. This wasn't cheap at all. Ain't there a way to make this work without paying? Like putting a quarter on a string or something? Oh, yes! This is as good as it gets! Keep coming, Bus Buckets! I'm too fast for you! What exactly did I do? Did I do something wrong? Make them count! You never know when we'll get another one!
That chapter number has to be in line with what came before.
Hey, how come you want me so bad? This is one six-shooter that demands your respect.
You're probably watching this while doing something else. Maybe scrolling through your phone. Maybe eating. Maybe half working on something in another tab. And that's fine. I do it too. We all do. But this matters more than you think. The way you do one thing is the way you do everything. And I'm not trying to sound like some motivational speaker. I mean this literally. The way you approach the smallest tasks in your life, the ones you think don't matter, they're actually programming how you approach everything. You go to the gym, you get your work done, you eat clean. By the end of the day, you feel unstoppable. Like you could take on the world. Then there are the other days. You sleep in. You skip your routine. You tell yourself it's fine. It's just one morning. But then the rest of the day falls apart too. You're unproductive. You're lazy. You make excuses. And by the time you go to bed, you feel like, what happened? Most people think these are just random good and bad days. That motivation comes and goes. That sometimes you have it and sometimes you don't. That's not what's happening. Every single action you take is either building momentum or killing it. And your brain keeps track of all of it. When you hit snooze instead of getting up, you just taught yourself that not following through is fine. When you leave your bed unmade, you started your day with a loss. People don't realize this, but your brain doesn't separate small stuff from big stuff. It doesn't know the difference between skipping a workout and abandoning a goal. It just knows you said you'd do something and then didn't. That's the pattern it learns. You think you can slack off on things that don't seem important and still show up when it matters. But everything you do is building your identity. Every single decision is proof of who you are. Sloppy with small things means sloppy with everything. Make excuses for easy tasks, and those same excuses show up when things get hard. You can't be lazy at home, but focused at work. You can't be undisciplined with your health, but disciplined with your career. Your habits don't live in separate boxes. They're all connected. The person showing up late to small things shows up late to important things. The person half-assing easy projects half-asses big opportunities. This works both ways, though. When you start treating small tasks like they matter, everything else improves. Make your bed, that's a win. Show up on time, another win. Reply to a message immediately, putting it off, that's momentum building. Each small action proves to yourself that you're someone who follows through. You're not just washing dishes. You're proving you finish what you start. Stack enough of these wins, and something shifts. You stop needing motivation for every little thing. You build an identity around being someone who does what needs to be done. So when something difficult shows up, it doesn't feel impossible. You've already proven 100 times that day you can do hard things. Most people wait for big moments to try. They think they'll magically become disciplined when it counts, like they're saving their effort for when it really matters. Discipline doesn't work like that. You don't flip it on and off. You either have it or you don't. And you build it through small, boring, repetitive actions nobody sees. Want to know if someone's actually going to succeed? Don't look at their goals. Don't look at what they say. Look at how they handle mundane stuff. Do they clean up after themselves? Show up on time? Finish small tasks before starting new ones? If they can't handle small things with intention, they won't handle big things either. Real example, you're trying to build something, a business, a channel, whatever. You tell yourself you're all in, willing to do whatever it takes. You've got the vision and the plan, but you procrastinate on research. You skip boring tasks because they're not exciting. You tell yourself these don't matter because the real work is strategy, execution, big picture stuff. You're already failing, though. The way you handle small tasks shows exactly how you'll handle important ones. This pattern is everywhere. Relationships. You can't be present for small conversations, but expect to handle big ones. Fitness. You can't skip stretching, but expect to show up for intense workouts. Work. You can't ignore details, but expect the big picture to work out. Same person leaving dishes in the sink leaves projects half finished. Same person always 5 minutes late misses deadlines. So what do you actually do about this? Pay attention. Not because small stuff matters by itself, but because of what it represents. Every action either reinforces who you are or builds who you want to become. Every decision trains you to be a certain type of person. Want to be someone who follows through? Start following through on everything, especially stuff that feels pointless. That's where real work happens. That's where you build the foundation. These sound basic because they are, but basic doesn't mean easy. Most people can't do basic things consistently. That's why most people don't get results. They're waiting for some massive breakthrough while ignoring fundamentals. There will be days you slip, where you're tired or stressed or just don't feel like it. Nobody's perfect, but on those days the small stuff matters even more. That's when you're really deciding who you are. Anyone can be disciplined when motivated, when everything's going well, when they're excited. The real test is what you do when you don't feel like it, when you're tired, when nobody's watching, when it would be easier to skip it. That's the moment that matters. That's where you either build discipline or break it. You don't need massive transformation. You don't need to overhaul your entire life overnight. Just treat the next thing in front of you like it matters. Over time, these small decisions compound. They build a version of you capable of things the old you couldn't do. They create momentum, making hard stuff feel manageable. They prove you're not the person who gives up anymore. The opposite is true too. The small bad decisions compound just as fast. Before you know it, you've built a pattern of quitting that shows up everywhere. Every decision is a vote for the type of person you want to be. You don't need to win every vote, but you need to win most of them. And the only way to win most of them is to start winning the small ones. That's when you find out who you actually are. And if you don't like who that is right now, you can change it. Not tomorrow, not next week, but the next decision you make. The way you do one thing is the way you do everything. So how are you doing things right now? Are you building momentum or destroying it? Are you proving to yourself you're someone who follows through or someone who quits? Every single action counts. Every single decision matters. And that person, the one you're building with every small choice, is either going to achieve everything you want or stay exactly where you are right now. The choice is yours, but you're making it right now whether you realize it or not. I write a weekly letter called A Last Stare. It's free, simple, and written to help you see life a little differently.
Nothing will stop you being creative so effectively as the fear of making a mistake.
Kicking ass! Shit! This was the part of the plan.
The desire to be loved.
I thought I had learned my lessons. I thought I would have known better by now. But when I got thrown into it again, I still felt hard.
You guys form a gang or
The part of me that I've been desperately running away from has finally made its way back. But this time, it's here to stay.
When you were 11, what did you think you'd be doing now?
I guess it's not uncommon for people to want to do things differently after losing someone. Some people start going to the gym or taking on new hobbies. Some decide to prioritize their friendships, while some put themselves on a self-discovery journey to find inner peace and independence. You can't deny that pain really is one of the best fuels for change. 3 years ago, confronted by the confusion of my identity, I made a promise that I would never find myself in a similar situation ever again. The pain of not knowing who I am was so great that I was hungry for change and growth. I consciously spent a lot of time introspecting, consumed only information I could learn from, and put myself through uncomfortable situations. I did everything just to shake off the old me and become someone better. It has been a truly confronting process, and I thought, by this point, nothing would affect me in any way.
Oh, I'll get to you all eventually.
As cliche as it might sound, but life would keep putting you through the same test over and over again until you've truly learned your lessons. The winter here in England must have gotten to me. I started dating again after a long break. All the time I spent working on myself has given me so much confidence. I met someone, and it was all chilled and relaxed at the beginning, until I found myself slowly getting anxious, slowly losing control as I began to crave more and more from the other person. It was terrifying to watch my confidence crumbling before my eyes. Then without warning, everything fell apart. I was overwhelmed with self-doubt and frustration, and all of these made me feel very small. I was aware of it all. All those videos I watched and podcasts I've listened to have taught me that acknowledgement is the first step to change. So I thought if I was self-aware and honest enough about how I feel, I could get out of the rut faster. Everything that I was experiencing felt like a betrayal of the progress I've made over the years. I hate to see myself being out of control, drowning in negativity and self-pity, and feeling like I'm not enough. So I subconsciously rushed to be on the other side, just so that I could feel happy and myself again. And that had only made things worse. The more I tried to resist the pain, the more it persists. I couldn't understand why it cut me so deep until I began to uncover what was really hidden beneath the surface. If there's anything I'm good at, it would be my ability to be extremely honest with myself. The reason why I was so upset was not really because of losing this person, but it was more of an attack on the persona I had built up over the years. The strength and confidence I worked so hard to cultivate turned out to be far more delicate than I imagined. For so long, I had convinced myself that I had overcome my insecurities and fears, that I had become immune to rejection and disappointment. But in reality, I just buried those feelings beneath a thin layer of self-assurance. No matter how much I try to change or escape from it, at my core, I'm still a child who desires to be loved and validated, who is still healing from the wounds left by those who never intended to hurt me years and years ago. All this time seeking approval and acceptance from others was my attempt to compensate for the lack in my younger self. But no amount of external validation could ever fill the void unless I start to offer myself the unconditional love I crave. As I took time to reflect, I realized I don't love myself enough. I had been selectively loving only the parts of me that I'm proud of, the moments of confidence, the accomplishments, and the times when I met or exceeded my own expectations. But I secretly resent or even feel ashamed of the part that I'm not, the part that struggles and falls short, the part that desires approvals and validation. As much as I'm aware of her presence, I had never listened to or truly accepted her. Being excessively self-critical in the name of perfectionism and self-improvement, invalidating my emotions and masking them with talk. really hidden beneath the surface, and to crave more and more from all those things worse. The more I try to resist the pain, the more it persists. I couldn't understand why it cut me so deep until I began to uncover what was really hidden beneath the surface. If there's anything I'm good at, it would be my ability to be extremely honest with myself. The reason why I was so upset was not really because of losing this person, but it was more of an attack on the persona I built up over the years. The strength and confidence I worked so hard to cultivate turned out to be far more delicate than I imagined. For so long, I had convinced myself that I had overcome my insecurities and fears, that I had become immune to rejection and disappointment. But in reality, just buried those feelings beneath a thin layer of self-assurance. No matter how much I try to change or escape from it, at my core, I'm still a child who desires to be loved and validated, who is still healing from the wounds left by those who never intended to hurt me years ago. All this time seeking approval and acceptance from others was my attempt to compensate for the lack in my younger self. But no amount of external validation could ever fill the void unless I start to offer myself the unconditional love I crave. As I took time to reflect, I realized I don't love myself enough. I had been selectively loving only the parts of me that I'm proud of, the moments of confidence, the accomplishments, and the times when I met or exceeded my own expectations. But I secretly resent or even feel ashamed of the part that I'm not, the part that struggles and falls short, the part that desires approvals and validation. As much as I'm aware of her presence, I had never listened to or truly accepted her. Being excessively self-critical in the name of perfectionism and self-improvement, validating my emotions and masking them with toxic positivity because I'm scared that if I give in to these negative feelings and show my insecurities to the world, I also be admitting that I'm weak and incompetent. If only I could give myself the same love and kindness and compassion I have for others, I probably wouldn't struggle as much. I used to think self-love was just about taking care of ourselves, or the ability to withstand loneliness and establish independence. But then I've slowly come to understand that self-love means so much more than warm baths, long walks, or solo dates. It's not just awareness, but the full acceptance of our incompleteness and imperfectness. Just like love and joy and happiness, sadness, frustration, fear, doubt, and shame are all part of what it is to be a human being. And to truly love ourselves is to allow space for them without judgment or rushing to the emotional exit. To hold ourselves with immense warmth and acceptance, and to trust our ability to overcome obstacles and grow from our experiences even when it's not easy. Instead of feeling ashamed, I'm starting to make peace with my insecurities and embrace them with open arms. Yes, I want people to like me, but each day I'm learning to let go of the need for external validation, shifting the focus back to myself, prioritizing my needs and setting boundaries. At times, I still feel anxious and nervous, but that's okay. I don't have to keep a perfect record. As long as I keep showing up, that's all that matters. While self-love begins with our internal dialogue and recognizing our self-worth, it's nurtured and reinforced through our connections with those around us. As contradictory as it might sound, we don't learn to fully love ourselves in isolation because we don't exist in isolation. After all, we are inherently social beings, wired for connection and belonging. True self-love isn't about self-reliance or self-sufficiency. It's about recognizing our interconnectedness with others and allowing ourselves to be vulnerable in their presence. Knowing that we're not on this journey alone, we learn to extend the same compassion, understanding, and forgiveness for others to ourselves. And by showing up as our authentic selves with flaws and imperfections, we open up space for supportive and meaningful relationships that uplift yourself is a process that requires patience and understanding. There are going to be days when you feel like you've made tremendous progress, and others when you find yourself slipping back into old patterns of self-doubt and criticism. But just like all the good things in life, growth takes with our internal dialogue and recognizing our self-worth. But each day, I'm learning to let go of the need for external validation, shifting the focus back to myself, prioritizing my needs and setting boundaries. At times, I still feel anxious and nervous, but that's okay. I don't have to keep a perfect record. As long as I keep showing up, that's all that matters. While self-love begins with our internal dialogue and recognizing our self-worth, it's nurtured and reinforced through our connections with those around us. As contradictory as it might sound, we don't learn to fully love ourselves self-reliance and self-sufficiency. It's about recognizing our interconnectedness with others and allowing ourselves to be vulnerable in their presence. Knowing that we're not on this journey alone, we learn to extend the same compassion, understanding, and forgiveness for others to ourselves. And by showing up as our authentic selves with flaws and imperfections, we open up space for supportive and meaningful relationships that uplift and inspire us. Loving yourself is a process that requires patience and understanding. There are going to be days when you feel like you've made tremendous progress, and others when you find yourself slipping back into old patterns of self-doubt and criticism. But just like all the good things in life, growth takes time. There's no need to rush. You're already doing great as you are. And the world keeps spinning round, spinning round. That's why Paris.
I think that the main thing that stops us from sort of building an identity that we actually resonate with is how much we get like
This is one section man. You're digging your own graves.
Begging for love.
Why do you keep chasing someone who keeps showing you the same outcome? At some point, you have to pause and really ask yourself that question. Not from a place of anger, not from a place of judgment, but from a place of honesty, because deep down you already know the answer. You're not chasing them because they want you. You're chasing them because you're hoping they eventually will, and that hope can be dangerous when it's built on nothing but mixed signals and empty gestures. If someone truly wanted you, would it feel confused all the time? Would it be constantly questioning where you stand? Would it be overanalyzing every delayed reply or short message, wondering what you did wrong? Interest doesn't hide. Effort doesn't disappear. People make time for what they care about. A lot of the time, the person you're chasing doesn't actually want a relationship with you. They want the attention. They want to feel desired. They like knowing someone is thinking about them, checking on them, choosing them. That doesn't mean they're choosing you back. And that's a hard truth to accept, especially when you've already invested your emotions. The more you chase, the more power you give away. You start bending your boundaries. You start lowering your standards. You start accepting behavior you would never tolerate from someone you weren't emotionally attached to. And slowly, without even realizing it, you teach them that they don't have to show up for you to keep you around. Self-respect isn't about being cold or heartless. It's about knowing when to stop pouring into a cup that's never going to fill you back up. It's about recognizing that your time, your energy, and your feelings are valuable. They are not meant to be handed out to someone who only shows interest when it's convenient. for you. You don't lose anything by choosing yourself. The only thing you lose is the illusion that one day they might change. Respect yourself enough to stop chasing. The right person never needs to be convinced to choose you. Every girl needs to understand this, and I mean really understand it. If you have a man in your life who is willing to do anything for you, a man who loves you unconditionally, who shows up without being asked, who takes the extra step even when he's tired, even when he's stressed, even when life isn't going his way, that is not normal. That is rare. That is something most people spend their entire lives searching for and never find. A man like that doesn't come around every relationship. You get that man once, maybe twice in your entire lifetime if you're lucky. And if you decide to let him go, if you push him away, if you take him for granted, you didn't just lose a relationship. You fumbled something special in ways you won't fully understand until it's gone. We're living in a generation where a lot of guys are completely they've been lied to, cheated on, emotionally they were nothing. So now they move different. They become colder, they become nonchalant, they stop loving the way they used to because every time they did, it cost them something. Not because they wanted to hurt anyone, but because that's what the world taught them to do. Just to you find a man who still loves deeply, still cares, still communicates, instead of shutting down, who doesn't disappear when things get hard, who doesn't question where you stand. You need to understand how rare that is. Some people don't know how to handle it because they've never been shown. Peace feels boring. Stability feels unfamiliar. They still they test it, they disrespect it, they assume it's replaceable. Don't get it twisted. Guys do this too. But if you have a good man, don't play with that blessing. Don't think you can treat him however you want and he'll always stay. Don't think his patience is unlimited. Don't think his heart won't eventually get tired. Pull the petty shit to the side. Learn how to grow. Learn how to communicate instead of argue. Pay attention to the small things he does because those small things are how he shows his love. Be in tune with his emotions the same way he's in tune with yours. If he listens to you, if he protects your heart, if he shows effort without excuses, if he chooses you every day even when it's not easy, just fun. Because it's like that rare as fuck. And once they're gone, they don't come back to me. Honestly, you deserve it. The first combination you can be is a clingy person who also overthinks if your heart and your mind are never on the same team. Your heart just wants closeness, wants to be next to them, wants to hold them, hug them, feel their breath, fall asleep next to them. Talk about nothing. Do everything together. You don't want space, you want connection. But your mind never shuts up. Your mind is constantly running scenarios you never asked for. What if I'm doing too much? What if I'm annoying her? What if she needs space and I'm suffocating her? What if she hasn't texted back because she's tired of me? So you're stuck in this loop where you want to be close, but you're scared that wanting closeness is the very thing that might push her away. You want to text her, but you stare at the screen for 10 minutes before sending it. You want to call her, but you stop yourself because you don't want to seem needy. You want to ask her to hang out, but you tell yourself, nah, I already saw her yesterday. Don't do too much. And that's the part nobody talks about. Being clingy doesn't mean you're insecure. It doesn't mean you're weak. It usually just means you love deeply. When you overthink on top of that, love starts to feel like walking on eggshell. Every little thing becomes something you analyze. Her tone, her response time, the way she said goodnight, the way she didn't say it the same way she did before. And you're going to take that tiny detail and turn it into a story about how you're about to lose her. Pull back. Not because you want to, but because you're scared. You start acting just like yourself. You become quieter. You stop being affectionate the way you are. You stop saying what you feel in the moment. And the crazy part is, the thing you're becoming too much, becoming too little, you convince yourself distance is safer than that silence is better than seeking rejection. And back is better than being honest. Here's the truth you need to hear. If she chose you knowing how you are, then you being yourself is not the problem. It didn't accidentally end up. She saw you. She learned. She felt the energy, and she still stayed. Every thought in your head is not a fact. Just because your mind says something doesn't make it true. Your mind is trying to protect you from pain. Sometimes it protects you so hard that it sabotages everything you care about. Love isn't about constantly shrinking. If someone truly wants you, your affection won't scare them away. Your presence won't be a burden. Your desire to be close won't be too much. And if someone makes you punish yourself for loving loudly. You don't need to silence your feelings just to seem cooler. You don't need to protect yourself. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do as an open thinker is trust that not every good thing is about to disappear. Let yourself love the way you love. Let yourself be close. Let yourself feel. Because the right person won't see your clinginess as a flaw. They'll see it as care, as effort, as love. The moment you stop fighting who you are, love stops feeling like a constant battle. Caring deeply for someone who is never interested in you is one of the fastest ways to lose yourself. It's exhausting.
I'll get to you all eventually.
Keep trying, hoping something will change, convincing yourself that if you give a little more, love a little harder, or wait a little longer, it'll finally turn into something real. But the truth is, nothing grows where there's no effort on the other side. You will the pattern.
Nobody here to hold your hand. Too bad.
Sometimes days to respond. Conversations feel forced or short, and rarely happen. Yet you're still showing
Hey, how come you want me so bad?
space for someone else. Same for you. That imbalance slowly down. Most isn't that it didn't work out. That's the way it makes you question your worth. You start wondering why you weren't enough. You could have done issue. Interest can't be forced. And connection can't be created by effort alone. Staying where you're not wanted teaches your mind to accept less than you deserve. It makes rejection feel familiar. It turns hope into habit and disappointment into routine. And over time, it chips away the way you see yourself. That's why walking away isn't giving up. It's choosing to protect your peace. If someone doesn't want you to leave, not because you're lacking, but because the right person will make you question where you stand. If you get it, don't make an action before you have to earn. Letting go doesn't mean it didn't matter. Because you're finally allowing yourself to move into something that does. Stop looking at potential that only exists in your head. Stop trying to read meaning in a small gesture or a brief moment with attention. Consistency and clarity. And when you finally choose to step back, your energy returns. Your confidence rebuilds. Remember who you were before you started shrinking yourself to fit into someone else's script. Choose the path. Don't hesitate to choose yourself. And if you can still listen, even when it's hard, there's still a way back. It's letting the distance grow so wide that you forget how to listen to the person you once loved without effort. Because the real loss isn't the argument, it's because at some point they choose understanding over being right. Sometimes the only way back to each other is slowing down and actually hearing what's being said beneath the anger. Because love isn't about who wins. It's about who's willing to listen even when it's uncomfortable, even when it hurts your pride, even when silence feels easier. You have to stop fighting each other and start fighting for the version of us that existed before ego took over. Not by winning the argument, not by proving your point harder, not by keeping score of who's hurt who more. If you still care, if there's even a small part of you that hopes things can get better, then something has to change. Now both of you are stuck arguing through the pain instead of talking through it. You're not angry, you're hurting, but the pain comes out sideways. Instead of saying, I'm scared of losing you, you argue over something small that doesn't even matter. Instead of saying, I feel ignored, you shut down. So instead of saying, that hurt me, you raise your voice. Especially as a man, you were probably never taught how to communicate hurt without saying that actually matters. Every real connection goes through this phase. Here's the part nobody really talks about. You just want to feel seen again. You want to feel like your feelings still matter. The version of you that made them laugh, that made them feel safe, that made them choose you is still there. Somewhere underneath all this tension. You don't want to argue. You don't want to feel distant from someone who used to feel like home. What hurts the most is that deep down, neither of you actually wants this. Now it feels like every conversation is a competition. You're fighting to be heard. They're fighting to be right. And while you're both swinging, nobody's actually winning. You miss when things were easy. When you could sit in silence together and it didn't feel awkward. When laughing came naturally. When being around each other felt safe, not stressful. And you miss how it used to be. You look at each other and it doesn't feel soft anymore. It feels tense, like you're walking on eggshells, trying not to set the other person off. It's about tone. It's about who said what, who felt disrespected, who's wrong, who needs to apologize first. The The texts start feeling colder, shorter, dry. Calls don't last as long anymore. And when you do talk, it's not about love. It's not about missing each other. It's not even about how your day went. Like, you could say something as simple as, good morning. And by the end of the conversation, it's, why are you talking to me like that? Or, what's your problem? You ever reach that point in a relationship where everything somehow turns into an argument?
Imagine this. You're surrounded by some of the most attractive people in school. Everyone is flirting, obsessing, chasing relationships. But there's one guy who feels nothing. No desperation, no distraction, no lust controlling his decision.
Picture this. You're in a school filled with extremely attractive people. Everywhere you look, people are chasing, obsessing, making emotional decisions. They're exposing secrets they should keep hidden. They're betraying people they actually care about. All because of one thing, lust. And in the middle of all that chaos, there's one person, completely calm, completely still, fully in control, always 10 steps ahead. Not because he's the smartest in the room, because he's the least distracted. That person is Kiyotaka Ayanokoji. Now, most creators would tell you something basic here. Take cold showers, build discipline, use willpower. But that's not what this is about. Because willpower is not the solution. In fact, trying to fight lust directly is one of the worst things you can do. And here's why. Let's be honest for a second. We've all experienced this. Someone walks in, and suddenly your focus disappears. You start making choices you normally wouldn't. You say yes when you should say no. You chase people who drain your energy. You even start changing your personality just to impress someone. We like to call it chemistry, attraction, fate. But what's actually happening is much simpler and much more dangerous. Your brain releases dopamine, and the dopamine locks your focus onto one thing. In that moment, you stop thinking about consequences. You stop analyzing. You just react. And that reaction, that's the point where control is lost, because whoever can trigger that reaction controls you. Principle 1. Desire creates vulnerability. This is the foundation of how Ayanokoji operates. If someone understands what you want, they can control you. Think of it like a chess game. You're playing the most important match of your life. You're focused, calculating every move, but every few minutes, something pulls your attention away from the board. Your opponent doesn't need to be smarter than you. They just need to know what distracts you. That's exactly what happens in Classroom of the Elite. Students reveal secrets. They make bad alliances. They betray each other, not because they're dumb, but because they're emotionally attached. An emotional attachment exposes every weak point you have. It's like handing someone a map of all your pressure points. Ayanokoji never gives anyone that map. So here's something to do. Think about the last 3 decisions you regret. Now ask yourself honestly, was there an emotional impulse behind them? For most people, the answer is yes. Principle 2. Don't fight it, redirect it. This is where most advice completely fails. People tell you to resist, to suppress, to force yourself not to feel. But here's the problem. The more you try not to think about something, more your brain fixates on it. This is known as ironic process theory. Tell yourself, don't think about it, and suddenly that's all you can think about. Ayanokoji doesn't fight lust. He makes it irrelevant. Think of lust like a fire. You don't put out a fire by staring at it. You remove the fuel. His fuel is purpose. His mind is constantly occupied with strategy, long-term thinking, reading people, positioning himself. Because of that, impulses barely register. He doesn't treat lust like an order. He treats it like data. So next time you feel a strong urge, don't suppress it, don't chase it. Just label it. Tell yourself, this is a dopamine trigger. That simple act creates space between you and the feeling. And inside that space, that's where control exists. Principle 3. Your environment is running the program. We like to believe our choices are fully ours. But the truth is, the modern world is designed to control your impulses. Every scroll, every notification, every image. All of it is engineered to trigger you before you can even think. We live in constant stimulation, and constant stimulation leads to constant reaction. Ayano Koji lives the opposite way. His environment is quiet, minimal, stripped down, not by accident, by design. Because when your environment is quiet, your mind becomes quiet. And a quiet mind can observe instead of react. Think about attention like water. If you pour it into a wide, shallow surface, it spreads everywhere and dries up quickly. But if you pour it into something narrow and deep, it goes further and lasts longer. Most people are operating in that wide, shallow state. Ayano Koji operates deep. So here's a challenge. For the next 24 hours, remove one trigger from your environment, one app, one account, one habit, just one. And then observe how your thinking changes. So here's the conclusion. Ayano Koji isn't ahead because he's a genius. He's ahead because while everyone else is being controlled by their emotions, he's the one in control of his actions. That's the real skill, not intelligence, not talent. It's choosing observation over reaction. Anyone can start building that today with 3 steps. First, build a mission bigger than your impulses. Give your mind something more important than instant gratification. Second, reduce stimulation. Remove at least one distraction designed to hijack your attention. Third, label. Don't suppress. When an urge appears, name it. That 1 second of awareness is the difference between being controlled and being in control. Now there are 2 types of people watching this. The first type says, yeah, that was interesting, and goes right back to scrolling. The second type actually picks one of these steps and applies it today. So the real question is, which one are you? That's all I've got for this video. I'm out.
The more the merrier.
If you want to make more money, you might want to consider doing this. So number 1 is
hold that thought for just a second, because the thing that comes before that is this graph.
oh god, this is the entrepreneur life cycle, and there are 6 stages. Now, the vast majority of people get stuck on stage 3. I've made some of the biggest career mistakes at this point, and you end up living the same 6 months for 20 straight years, suffering until you learn how to break free from it.
I want to go through the whole thing.
This is going to be awesome.
Alex Hormozy is the master of business strategy, an artist in scaling companies into the millions and a leading voice in how to craft your way to success. He's an entrepreneurial powerhouse.
Whether you're starting out or want to go from 1 million to 10 million, there are certain behaviors and actions that will increase the likelihood of success that we're going to go through. But here's the really hard truth that a lot of people don't like talking about. Entrepreneurs must be willing to make impossible choices, have the courage to be willing to be wrong, have shame by failing at things in front of
Ready to pair. Connected. Connected.
Of people whose opinions they care. And that fear must be willing to make impossible choices. Have the courage to be willing to be wrong. Have shame by failing at things in front of people whose opinions they care. And that fear keeps people stuck in a job and a life they don't want for years. And that was my path. I had a white-collar job, condo overlooking the city. Everything's according to plan. And I remember thinking, like, I didn't want to be alive because I was so afraid. But once you get over the fear, it unleashes this whole new realm of possibility of being able to do what you want. And that is when you can learn the real game of entrepreneurship, such as knowing that business ideas typically come from one of three P's. You only need one of those three. And then there's the 4 R's for customer success, how to learn new skills quickly, how to stand out in a competitive market, the winning strategy for 2025, and so much more.
So where should I start? I have been forced into a bet with my team. We're about to hit 10 million subscribers on YouTube, which is our biggest milestone ever, thanks to all of you. And we want to have a massive party for the people that have worked on this show for years behind the scenes. So they said to me, Steve, for every new subscriber we get in the next 30 days, can $1 be given to our celebration fund for the entire team? And I've agreed to the bet. So if you want to say thank you to the team behind the scenes at Gara CEO, all you've got to do is hit the subscribe button. So actually, this is the first time I'm going to tell you not to subscribe because it might end up costing me an awful... Alex, if someone's just clicked on this conversation and they're considering listening for the next couple of hours, based on everything that you do, for the millions of entrepreneurs that follow you, that read your books, can you tell me exactly why you believe they should stay and listen, and who should stay and listen?
At acquisition.com, we scale businesses. The content that I generate, that we put out, conversations like this, helps people who are going from 0 to 1, just getting off the ground, to helping people go from 1 million to 10 million, to helping the entrepreneurs going from 10 to 100 either get there or exit along the way. And there are frameworks that cross all 3 of those that I consider both deep and wide, that help any business navigate whatever strategic decision is in front of them to get the highest potential return for their time. And so if you're listening or watching, then if one of those frameworks applies immediately to your business and allows you to pull 5 years forward in your career, I would say that's a pretty good return on time.
For the people that are at 0, what is it that they're typically coming to you to help them with? So if you are one of them, what is it that they want from Alex or Mizzy?
I think it's there's what they think they want and what they actually need, which are 2 different things. And so I think what they think they want is some tactic that's going to immediately help them start a business. What they typically actually need is the courage to be willing to be wrong and to be willing to have shame by failing at things in front of people whose opinions they care about. And I think that's, like, if I rewind the clock for me, it was probably one of the hardest things that I had to get over. And so I think that's why maybe my message resonates with a lot of people, is because it was so hard for me to get over. And what's interesting is basically anybody who's listening, the harder it is for you to break free of whatever kind of mental prison you've made for yourself, whether that's real or just in your head, the more compelling your story will be when you break through it, because it will resonate with even more people. For the people that it was easy, that their story doesn't have a lot of, like, I was immediately an entrepreneur. Like, I wasn't like that. I had a job when I was in high school. I had a job immediately out of college. Some people were like, I was selling lemonade out of the back of my, thing when I was 13. I didn't do any of that. School failed me. I actually was pretty good at school. I didn't have any of those issues. You know what I mean? And so I had a pretty clear career path. And so I had what many would consider, like, I had a real opportunity cost. So I had a white collar job and I had a GMAT score above Harvard's mid score. And so I had a really clear path to what my life could look like in the next 20, 30 years. And it was fairly well defined. Like, I'll go to Harvard or Stanford or one of the top business schools, and then I will either go back into management consulting, or I'll go into investment banking, and then eventually end up in private equity. And that would be the path, right? And then all the flowers would be set at my feet, and everyone would say, we approve of you, you're an excellent person. But when I saw the people who were 20 years ahead of me, I really didn't want their life. And then it started making me look at my life, and I was like, I don't even know if I really want my life.
And so the big decisions that I've made in my life, unfortunately, have almost always come at the doorstep of apparent death. And I think maybe in some ways that makes me a coward for having needed death to make decisions. And so operationalizing that has been something that has helped me move faster to make decisions that I know I need to make but don't. And so, like, the first big kind of like what felt like a death decision was I was a consultant, 22-ish years old. I had a paid for, condo that I bought overlooking the city. And I remember thinking, like, I really hope I don't wake up tomorrow. And I don't mean that to be melodramatic. I just, for a period of time, I just always just like hoped every night. I was like, I just really hope I don't wake up tomorrow. Like, I just don't want to do this. And what was difficult about that was that at that time was when my father was most proud of me. Because I was doing everything that was according to plan. He could talk about like, his son, who graduated in 3 years from Vanderbilt, had the good job. Like, everything we're following the plan. And it was upon realizing that my ultimate expression of living out his dream was me feeling like I didn't want to be alive. And so and it took me time to get to that point to even articulate that, because obviously you never want to kind of like admit failure. I realized that one of our dreams had to die, either his or mine. And when I realized that his dream must die in order for mine to live, was a statement that I kind of crystallized when I was at that point in my life. Like, I had to keep repeating that, like, his dream has to die in order for mine to live. And so to put this in perspective of like how afraid of my father's judgment I left the state and drove across the country halfway through before calling him to tell him that I was gone. And so I bring this up because of my father's judgment I left the state and drove across the country halfway through before calling him to tell him that I was gone. And so I bring this up because I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but I'm saying that if you feel a lot of pressure, I get it. Like, I tried to leave the job that I was at to pursue just literally anything that wasn't that. Just, I wanted to start a business at some point. I didn't know how I was going to do it. I just knew that what I was doing was not the path I wanted to be on. And everybody around me wanted me to be on that path. And so I went to go be like, hey, I'm thinking about doing something else. And, it would always be that, later, like, everything's good, later, And I remember when I called my dad and I told him that. He said, understand, why don't you come home, like, we'll talk about it, and then I changed a lot, our relationship, and I also bring that up because sometimes there's this, you get on the Oscar stage or whatever it is, and you're like, hey, I just want to thank, my mom, my dad, my friends for always supporting me, and I can't say that, and I wish I could, and you might not be able to say that either. And I also don't think that's a reason not to do it. And so we did struggle for years after that to kind of like, because I was basically living as what was once his prodigal son, goes and takes a minimum wage job as a personal trainer at a gym, cleaning floors and stuff to learn the gym business. But that was ultimately like how I broke free, literally, physically leaving the area and, mentally. But I think that I had to accept that there was a timeline where my father would never talk to me again. And I had to be okay with that to what I wanted. I think that when the original question, what are the people from 0 to 1 really looking for? I read tons of business at that time, but I couldn't use any of them because I was so afraid. And what's crazy is that, like, I think about it now in retrospect, and it's like, it's crazy how large the perceived monsters can appear. And Layla has this quote that I love, but it's, fear is a mile wide and an inch deep. And so you look at it and it looks like this ocean, and then you take the first step and you realize you don't drown. It's just like, oh, there's ground underneath this, right? There's other people who are more on my path, and the friends you lose, you gain new friends, right? And so that fear was the hardest decision that I've had to overcome in my entrepreneurial career. And I think of all the split paths in my life, that was the one that if I had many timelines or many universes that existed, that was probably the one that is the most likely that I would not have departed from. I think in like 90% of universes that Alex Ramosi exists, I'm just a consultant somewhere. And so I would encourage you, if you do feel that, you're not going to die. Like, you won't die. And you might just live.
It's so interesting because I think everything you've said is just absolutely spot on, but you're right in the way you say that if you'd asked an audience member listening now why they haven't started yet, they wouldn't say fear. They would say, I haven't got that because I haven't got the why. But actually, it is such an emotional thing, and we don't talk about that enough because uncertainty is, humans seem to be allergic to uncertainty, and they'd rather the certain misery of their current situation typically than uncertainty.
And I think, and I used what I consider a very non-palatable word of coward purposefully, because no one wants to say they're afraid, because if you're afraid, then it means you're a coward. And I think that it only means you're a coward if you allow that fear to change your behavior in an aversive way, as in it not towards what you want. And so, the inverse of that, many people have heard it, courage is not acting without fear, but despite fear. And I think that when you allow fear to change your behavior the wrong way, that is when you can give yourself that title of coward. And I think that is a title that I have feared my whole life. And that label is I'm more afraid of that label than the label of failure. I'd rather be a failure than a coward.
Is there a framework for knowing when to quit?
So I think there's like the math behind it. And the math, I think, is pretty straightforward. So, like, when do you quit your business? You've saved up 3 to 6 months of personal savings, number one. Number two is that you have started something, because nowadays in the digital age, you can begin a business on the side that can generate income. And that income, in the small amount of time that you're not working, replaces or at least matches the existing income you have from your current job. And you've been able to do that or demonstrate that income for like 3 to 6 months. If you do that, that's a very like math way of approaching it. That also is basically never the reason that people aren't quitting their job, right? Like, that's a really set, like, I have backlog. I've matched my current income with my part-time work. And if I just put my full-time work, I would probably make more. Very reasonable, but never actually the reason that people don't do it.
I was thinking about the two sort of reasons why someone might quit something or feel like they want to quit. And one of them is clearly because it's hard. And that's obviously not reason enough to quit. And then there's another one which you were speaking to there, which is, it's not moving me towards a meaningful goal, irrespective of how hard it is. Like a marathon, you're raising money for a charity you care about. It's hard. You don't quit. And then maybe if you're running a marathon for no apparent reason, there was no charity, there was no one watching, there was no like fitness benefit, and that's a good, I guess, moment to consider quitting. My story made it short in a way that I didn't realize. I didn't realize you went through a similar thing in terms of the parents' disownership. No real great option to flee to, but feeling like the current path that would have led me to be, I don't know, business management student was significantly worse on balance than taking the risk. But I think maybe a point of distinction is I was so naive that it didn't feel like a risk.
So what's really interesting about that is the guarantee. And so a lot of times we don't look at what I call the dome, which is like the alternate path. And so if I had played out my existing path, I had a guarantee of outcome I didn't want. It was just at a delay. Whereas here, there's a chance that I can make it. Chance at that. And I was like, well, I might as well take a chance. And I strongly encourage thinking about playing it out. And so what I mean by that is, like, I think fear exists in the vague, not in the specific. And so when you say, I'm going to quit my job, and then what if this doesn't work? I'm going to failure. Tons of fear. If I say, I'm going to quit my job, and then I'm going to try and start a business, and if the business doesn't work, I might as well take a chance. And I strongly encourage thinking about playing it out. And so what I mean by that is, like, I think fear exists in the vague, not in the specific. And so when you say, I'm going to quit my job, and then what if this doesn't work? I'm going to failure. Tons of fear. If I say, I'm going to quit my job, and then I'm going to try and start a business, and if the business doesn't work, I'll probably have a compelling story that I could tell for business school if I wanted to show that I had some entrepreneurial slant. In the meantime, I could use that experience plus my job experience to probably get another or maybe even better job in the meantime and match or supersede my existing income. And the actual loss would be maybe the savings that I had saved up. But if I'm younger or I haven't made as much money as I want, then that's never been the amount of money that would be material anyways on the grand scheme of what I would like to make. And in terms of living situation, I will, worst case, go back to my parents' house with my tail between my legs or sleep at a friend's couch because I have enough people that would be willing to put me up in a garage if I had to. And so it's like, okay, so my actual worst case scenario is just like, I have a cool story and maybe some shame that is self-inflicted because it's not like no one else cares really. But it's self-inflicted shame and maybe a detour or a different story that I have to tell later on in my career. Not as much fear there. Right? But like the first one, like, I'll fail, everyone will hate me, and I'll die.
The first one sounded like it was written by your like amygdala, like the fear center. And the second one was pure like prefrontal cortex. It was all logic.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, you know, as you're going into that decision, obviously fear is going to lead it. So of course you're going to go for option one, where you just think about the downside.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a practice that allows you to get into your prefrontal cortex, into logic.
I think I think you nailed it and said it way better than I did. But I think going from vague to specific basically disengages your amygdala because it as the good old days, because I can't believe I was couch surfing, I was pursuing my dreams, right? What's going to happen next in a chain of events? Mm-hmm. And so when you get into the specific of it, all of a sudden you're like, okay, I'm not going to be homeless and then shamed and die. I might live in inferior living conditions for a short period, which, by the way, when you're later on in your life, you'll look back and think of as the good old days, because I can't believe I was couch surfing, I was pursuing my dreams, right? It's only like in the moment that it feels bad. When you look back, like even, I find this hilarious, like how long after you do something embarrassing is it funny? Right? Like at some point, for almost all of us, with enough time, the shameful experience becomes funny. And so if it is going to become funny eventually, it might as well become funny now.
Yeah.
And so it's just like pulling the time horizon up. But all of that's prefrontal cortex decision making. And so, no, but I think that's exactly, like, I think that nailed it. Because when I thought about this decision, obviously I had my very, emotional statement around, like, his dream has to die for mine to live. Yes. Also, logic downside risk here. I'll have a story, and I can always get my job back. Okay. And if I can't get that job back, I'll have other ones that will be available. Fine. And if I have a downgrading and some people think that I'm not as successful as them, okay, I'll not stop them. And so I think that demystifies a lot of the fears. And I think that applies not just for entrepreneurial fears. I think it applies for any fear. Like, I'm going to talk, like, I can't tell this person this bad news. All right, let's play it out. I say something and then they're going to kill me? Probably not. So what's going to happen? I'll say these words, and then they'll flip the table. They'll flick me off. They'll maybe just feel hurt, and maybe they'll cry. Maybe they'll shout. Okay. If they shouted at me, what do I do? Like, and you just kind of play it out, and you're like, okay, I think I have like most of these conditions prepared for, and then all of a sudden you can like have those things.
What you also said is that in the face of guaranteed misery, any option is better.
Yeah.
And like,
it's real.
You get to live once.
Yeah.
So like, why would guaranteed misery be better than any available option?
It's delay discounting. That's what's crazy is delay discounting happens both ways. Like, so like you set your alarm for 5 a.m. at night and you're like, I'm going to wake up at 5. But that's because you're delaying the pain of waking up. And when it's immediate, and I have to quit the job. Like, I'll quit my job tomorrow for 20 years. And so it's just like we delay the fact that we're going to be miserable into the present to we massively discount what a whole lifetime of misery would be.
Amen. When you're thinking about what to pursue, so say you've left the job, you've quit the thing, when you're thinking about what to pursue, how much of that is a decision derived from self-awareness? Because, someone will look at you now and be like, oh, no, Alex did this, so I'm going to start a acquisition.com, or they'll say, I saw Steve Jobs did that thing with the computers, I'm going to start Apple. Or Elon, I'm going to do the spaceships. How much do you have to know thyself to know what to pursue?
Man, this is a really good question. So there's a tweet that I love by Andrew Wilkinson, which is, every entrepreneur ever, here's the winning number for my lottery ticket. And so it's like every entrepreneur will say, here's the winning lottery ticket. But it's like that drawing already happened. Right? And so like you can't cash that ticket in. It's already done. And so people say the word first principles. No one really knows what it means. Some people do, but I think far more people say it than know what it means. And so basically there are foundational truths of business that exist. And the conditions of the environment will change. And so you have to apply those truths to whatever the current condition is. And so that's what I try and tease out with the books and the stuff that I put out in content. But at the end of the day, you have an input of time, like zooming all the way out. If the goal, assuming that your goal is to make money, okay, and this is just a purely economic business goal, then you have time, which is the primary currency that you trade it, and you make dollars over a period of time. And so I tend to reject the idea of never trade time for dollars or anything like that, because everyone trades time for dollars. It's just some of us are more efficient at it than others. But even exchanges that occur that just are not denominated in time still occur over time. And so you have this foundational unit of time, which you're going to give in. What we're seeking is the highest return on that time. And so within a business context, there's kind of 3 levels of things that have to occur in a business. You have to, attract attention, you have to convert attention, and you have to deliver something for that attention. And in each of those things, you want as much leverage as possible. So you want as little time as possible required to get the most output. And so I have built acquisition.com on basically 2 primary theses, which are in the logo, which is, this is a fulcrum for leverage.
For people that can't see, it's like a triangle.
Yeah, so it's like a triangle, or the Illuminati, because that always gets brought up. All right. So we've got a fulcrum for leverage, and then inside of it, you have supply and demand. And I see those as the 2 foundational principles of business. And so, which is, you need supply and demand to have a business, and then leverage to get as much out of it as you possibly can. And so when you're looking at the assets that you have, assets can also be skills, resources, what you have available to you. Now, if you have nothing, then all you have is your brain, your hands, and the time that you have that you can put towards learning something, which is why I'm a big fan of skill acquisition as one of the primary things that you can do is educating yourself. And not formally educating, but informally or alternatively educating yourself on right? And so you have something with the offer, and ideally you want the offer to have as much leverage as possible. Right? So if you sell software or you sell media, those are things that you can cut once, sell 1,000 times. If you have a conversion mechanism, you can have it be automated, like a checkout page or sort of video sales letter or something like that, where people just buy without a phone salesperson. If you've got a phone salesperson, there's less leverage. Not to say this wrong, but you want to have the highest leverage opportunity. And then from the deliverability perspective, I kind of talked about deliverability first, but from the advertising perspective, if you reach out to people one-on-one, that's lower leverage than being able to make one piece of content that a million people see, right? And so over time, you go from low leverage to high leverage, where you have the same inputs, but you just get significantly more for your output. And that fundamentally is like, if we're reasoning up from first principles, how do I get said differently, the question someone I think is really asking is, how do I get the most for what I put in? And you have to reason within your current context of your skills and your resources and your assets in order to derive that solution for you.
So if someone walks up to you in the street and they say, Alex, what idea should I pursue? Just quit my job.
Yeah, right. So I would say business ideas typically come from one of three Ps. So it comes from a pain that you're currently experiencing, a past profession, so the thing that you just quit or some of the jobs that you just quit, or passion. So something that you're inherently interested in that you would spend your time doing anyways. Some skill that you learned while you were in the workforce, which, by the way, is one of the most proven ways of making money, because the economy has already showed you that people are willing to exchange money for that specific job. And so in the world of gig economies and solopreneurs, every business can be dismantled into just jobs being done, and all of those jobs can be fractionalized. So anybody, like, we look at any business, you've got sales, you've got marketing, you've got customer success, you've got customer support if you want to differentiate that, you've got product, you've got design, you've got web pages. There's so many different components to a business. You just need to learn one of them. Mm-hmm. And then it's like, boom, you have that you can trade for money that you don't have anybody else to report to. And then pain is usually, I think, in some ways, sometimes one of the biggest drivers is like you had an eating allergy and you couldn't find pancakes that dealt with your specific eating allergy. And you bet that there's a decent amount of other people with that allergy that also like pancakes. And so then you make pancakes that are delicious and amazing that also cater to people with that food allergy. And all of a sudden, like, you have a business based on pain.
And why does that matter?
What
the
part?
Pain part. What leverage and advantage does it give you for the next 5 years?
I think that deep knowledge of the prospect is paramount or very important for creating exceptional products. And you can either do that by doing a ton of research or by being the prospect. And there's a certain amount of like visceral feel that you'll know. Like if someone wants to make a nose product for breathing, I have tried every product since I was 8th grade. It's been 20 plus years, 30, a lot of years, that since then, and I've tried everything. And so I know the pros and cons of every product that exists on the market. And I've done, it's not like, oh, I tried it for a day. It's like, I'll try things for a month at a time. And so I have so much time exposure to this problem that I have a lot of nuance in my opinion on what's wrong with the solutions. So I can formulate a way better hypothesis on how to fix it.
And that hypothesis will be, for an investor, so much more compelling because you lead with a story as opposed to logic.
I met the guy who invested in Regal Cinemas, which is probably the biggest chain in the U.S. And it was when there was a guy who had just one theater, and it became, now obviously COVID has disrupted that business, but for 20 years, whatever, they crushed. And he said it was so weird to say that, oh, cinemas are going to make a comeback, because they'd kind of been on a downturn or something like that during the time that he was making the investment. And he said, the reason I decided to invest in it was because this guy knew everything about the business down to how much the cost of a kernel of popcorn was. And he just knew it so, like, the back of his hand, that he was like, this guy can't fail. Like, he just knows too much about this business to not have it work. And so he's investing in, making $1 gazillion. And so, but I think that deep understanding, and if you look at all of these, the passion thing is about deep understanding, because you're spending all of your discretionary time pursuing this passion. The pain, you have a deep understanding of the problem and the prospects going through it, because you've experienced it probably for years. Now, the professional one, I would say, is a bit of a shortcut. Because if you're quitting the job because you don't like it, and then you say, I'm now going to do this for myself, well, you're okay. The one proven point about that is that one is proven to work from an economic perspective. You will be able to make money doing that because you already have made money doing it. These other two are less proven, but sometimes have significantly more upside.
When you were talking about the breathing example with your nose, it's funny because if you had sat down and said to me, Steve, I've made these like breathing nose strips, they are better, they're 20% more durable, they expand your nostrils by 20%. It is multiples less compelling than you telling me that story you just said about being a kid, having breathing problems, trying to solve this problem for yourself.
Yeah.
And it's funny because that story you told versus the sort of rational, logical approach, the benefits approach, is your marketing campaign for the next 5 years on TikTok and Instagram. It's, I had a problem, I solved it, I tried everything and solved it for myself. There's almost like nothing more compelling and believable.
No.
We see that in Dragon's Den. We'll be sat there listening to these pitches all day, and someone will come in and say, I had ADHD, I tried energy products, they all made me crash, so I went out and solved this problem for myself. And we're on edge, because we always can't argue with it at that point, you know?
Yeah. So basically, that's a great framework where he talks about missionaries and mercenaries. And so it's kind of like you have the guy who says, okay, I looked at market trends and this is a growing category. And, you know, I surveyed people and this was the, you know, the result that came back. And so I believe that if we time this product right, at this point in the market, we'll achieve huge, you know, mass adoption, blah, 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 blah. And it's like logic. To be fair, some people do make it work, but the missionaries are the ones that end up making the most money because like they do it sure for the money because the business has to have some economic engine behind it, but really because they viscerally experience this problem and don't want anyone else to deal with that problem either. And so like if I were to tell that story like you're saying, like when I was in 8th grade was the first year that I started really noticing I couldn't breathe at night. And so I learned how to fall asleep with my hand on my face like this so that my nostril would, so I could fall asleep and my hand would sit. Because there's no actually other, because you can't hold your, because you fall asleep, right? And so if I fall asleep with my hand like this, right, like I'm on the couch, and I fall asleep like that, it keeps my nostril open. And I can fall asleep and it doesn't move. And so that's how I learned how to sleep for years before founding like just like simple nasal strips and things like that. But there's tons of problems with those solutions that exist right now that I won't get into. But maybe someday I'll make a nasal product.
I think maybe
I'm sure.
make sure he just does
bitches. I can tell you if you put every product in front of me that exists right now, I can tell you what's wrong with it. Because I've tried literally all of them. Not like I'm pretty obsessive, and so like I've tried all of them. Like an opportunity. I've tried the ones from Europe. I've tried the like not just US. Like I've tried every product that exists on Amazon. I've tried all the ones from foreign countries. Every fan or follower who sends me a product that is a nasal company that's new, I will try the product. I still do. And there's yet to be one that has truly solved it.
I mean, you should. I mean.
I'll stop. But I think in some ways, so this is actually a really good meta concept here, which is that if you want to be compelling, a demonstration or a model is always more compelling than anything else. And so me even going through that entire narrative, right, is taking everyone else who's been listening to this on some journey. It's like if you want to make a compelling pitch for business, it's like you pretty much just kind of went through one. And so that's really what it comes down to. You're like, well, what do I do with my business? It's like create your narrative of why you're even doing this. And if you can explain to somebody why they should care about this problem, or more specifically, why you care about this problem. What's going on, family?
Disconnected. Disconnected. Ready to pair.
want to make a compelling pitch for a business, it's like we pretty much just kind of went through one. And so that's really what it comes down to. You're like, well, what do I do with my business? It's like, create your narrative of why you're even. I might be like, I don't care about kitchen utensils, but this girl certainly does. And I'm sure there's other women who do too. And what everyone wants to see is obsession. And unfortunately, in like some of the world, I know more in the UK than the US now, like that kind of perspective of like just being all in obsessed with stuff has almost been like bastardized, or like, you know, been chastised. But the people who are obsessed are the ones who change the world, at least change their world. And I think that, so a very close friend of mine did all the Olympic teams, nutrition and supplementation stuff for a country overseas. And he said, you know the difference between champions and everyone else? And I was like, what? He said, everyone always looks at them and says, what do champions have that I don't have? And he said, they have it backwards. He said, it's, what do champions not have that I have? It's, what do they lack? And it's an off button. They just don't stop. And so in dealing with the gold medalists, he's like, they just never stop. They just can't stop. Everything in their life is geared towards one goal. And so finding that thing, and they approach everything in their life that way. And I think that that level of obsession around like everything that you touch on a daily basis is required for really getting to where you want to go.
So interesting, because as we spoke there about the reason why the story was so much more compelling, it was back to the amygdala. It was back to emotion.
Right.
And it's funny because we said a second ago that when someone's thinking about quitting a job, they're like so in their amygdala. Humans run mostly on their amygdala. So when we think about pitching, we should really be aiming at the same part of the brain, which is what you did when you showed me that you were sleeping as a kid with your hand stretching across your face. I immediately felt sorry for you, felt sympathy, and I immediately believed that if anyone's going to solve this problem, it is this fucking guy who's been through that pain.
I had 2 surgeries. Both of them didn't really work. Like, I mean, like, I've got the story.
My girlfriend's the same.
What? Oh, really? Yeah. 2
surgeries, which is coming up to her 3rd one now. Yeah. We tried all the nose strips. I saw you wearing one. I bought that one for her.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of people watching right now. And there's something going on with these bloody fucking, like, noses.
Yeah.
People should, like...
Yeah.
We're doing something.
I feel like I may have popularized some of the nose strip stuff.
Yeah. Good.
Good.
Making it cool. Pain, profession, passion.
Yeah.
Ideally, you have all 3.
If you have all 3, then I mean, my God, you're set. Like if basically pain created an obsession, and for some reason you also were doing something like that in your work, like I feel like the likelihood that you don't succeed is almost nothing. You only need one of those 3. You just pick one. Like if you just had one pain that you had that you wanted to overcome, or one passion that you were just inherently interested. Because sometimes passion has nothing to, like you might just be really into model cars. It's okay. Well, there's a lot of businesses that you can build around model cars. It's like you can manufacture model cars. You can have services around model cars, making them faster because some people race model cars. You can be a collector and start flipping model cars. Like you can just make media around how to build them and then have a media company around it. Like there's so many different components of any obsession or interest that you can make. I was talking to on one of the future episodes of Mosey Tank that's coming out. We have a guy who's he loves Dungeons and Dragons. So he's an IT guy and just loves Dungeons and Dragons. And he was like, I just want this to make enough money that I don't have to do IT anymore. But it was so pure, you know what I mean? And so I was like, we're going to help you do this. And so we kind of walked through the business plan for it. But like, is he going to be a billionaire? No, but I also don't think that's his goal. And so I think being really clear on what you want is important. So if you're like, I want to be the richest person in the world, I think it's a terrible goal. But if you want that, great. Well, you have to have a multi-trillion-dollar idea because by the time that occurs, there's already multi-trillion-dollar companies now. So you've got to be looking at like decatrillion-dollar opportunity. And so believe it or not, basically the bigger the goal, the narrower the scope of the paths to get there. If you're like, I want to make $10 million, I'm like, you can literally do that in almost any business. You want to make $100 million, probably still almost any business you can do it. On a long enough time horizon, you can do it. A trillion or decatrillion, it's going to be some sort of tech. It's probably going to have some sort of AI. And so you get basically the bigger the goal is, the narrower the scope of how to get there. But the vast majority of people are like, I want to be the richest man in the world, just because they don't know how to like really think through it and be like, all right, well, after like 100, there's really nothing you can't do except buy more big things. But like in terms of your actual consumption, maybe even 20. is like, you can only eat at restaurants that go so expensive. You can only stay at the best hotels. You can only drive the nicest cars. You can do that with 25 million.
What do you think the cheat code is then? So I've got my idea. What do you think the cheat code is in 2025 to win at the game of attention? Like, there's got to be some new rules here because we've got AI, we've got new platforms, we've got new media. You know, I'll give you a hypothetical business idea. I'm going to be a personal trainer.
Okay.
And I picked that because everyone can do it, and it's a saturated industry. If I'm a personal trainer in the 2025, how should I be thinking about building attention?
So I'll tell you what I wouldn't do first, which is I don't think I try and out-science the science people. Because like, unless you have some PhD, there is a PhD guy who's already jacked, who's making content. And so he's more knowledgeable and more jacked than you. So you're not going to win there. And so I think in the game of attention, it's trying to find what is unique, right? And so how do you quote stand out when everyone's loud? And this is going to sound trite, but your fingerprint is unique, literally from a biological perspective, but so is your life and your experiences. And so there's real alpha or benefit to be had above normal level of effort by leaning into you. And so what makes every person unique is what makes their content unique. And so trying to be like, oh, I want to make content like Alex is probably not the best way to do it, because you're not going to beat me at being me, but you'll beat me at being you. And so it's basically your flavor of media. So like for me, it's like, what is, my brand to model this? It's like, well, I have elements of philosophy that are in my brand. Well, do I need that? No, but that's like kind of me. I obviously talk a ton about business, marketing, and sales, promotion, conversion. Those are all things that I spend a lot of time thinking about. And so a lot of my content's about that. Fitness is a component of my life. And so there's light sprinkling of fitness in my content. Also, I come from a background of fitness with with Gym Launch and the companies that I owned before that. And so that would make sense that, and my wife Layla, and so that's sprinkled in. And so like, those are basically the components of my life. And so that's what kind of shines through in my content. I consume a ton of comedy. And so sometimes you'll see some dry humor and dark humor that shines through. But that's me. Now you have all of those little buckets of you. And not only are those buckets unique, but also the proportions of those buckets will be different. And so maybe your philosophy is way bigger, or maybe Fitness Bar is way bigger. But I think what makes the truly unique personal trainer fitness brand is leaning into people being interested in you for being you. And then being like, by the way, I have fitness stuff if you want to buy it from me. And I think the key part is the vast majority of products and services are commoditized. You're probably not going to be significantly better than other trainers. Just being real, you probably are. But you will be different than them. And we want to lean on, I want to buy fitness from somebody, and so I might as well buy from her, or I might as well buy it from him. So you're taking basically the audience that would buy from anyone, but your brand premium gets them to want to buy it from you. If we think about Prime, for example, with the drink company, like it's a drink that there's other products that already exist in the marketplace that satisfy the same thing as Prime. But if you are agnostic to that brand and you have brand affinity with that creator, then you're like, well, then if I have two things that are basically equal and I just like this guy better, I'm just going to, as long as the prices are comparable, I'll just vote with my dollars here. And so I think that if you're a personal trainer in 2025, it's going to be long-term, it's going to be building the content. Short-term, it's going to be outreach to people that you know and making a compelling offer to get people to try to work with you.
This overarching point you said there about being yourself, as I was thinking about it, I was thinking, gosh, do you know what? The thing that all of my favorite creators and the really successful creators have in common is they all have, and I use these words intentionally, the courage to be themselves.
Yeah.
Because I tell you what, when I was starting out as a content creator.
Hello?
the square root of the number of people in a company generate 50% of the work. There's 100 people in an organization, 10 people are responsible for 50% of the value that's created.
Facts.
Right. Anybody who's been in a, you're like preach. And so the thing is I think the real game of entrepreneurship is that your standards rise over time. And it's unfortunate because we hear things that other entrepreneurs tell us. It's all about the people, stupid. And then you're like, sure, but look at and it's like, you're not hearing it. And I don't know, there are some, I think Williams talks about this, how there's like some lessons that for some reason it's like we have to learn for ourselves. I still believe that it's like we can operationalize this at a lower level so that we don't have to learn for ourselves. Like I'm convinced, I haven't figured it out yet. But so every entrepreneur can resonate with this, which is every business that I've started, I've gotten to the success of the business prior way faster. And I kind of liken it to a video game where it's like you beat level 1 and then, you get to level 2 and it's like you spend months trying to beat this boss. And you finally figure out how to beat the boss and it's like great. And you spend another 3 months beating boss 3. And let's say you start the game over with a new character. It's like you just zoom through level 1, 2, and 3. And then you get to level 4 and you're like, shoot, now I got to spend time. It's like virgin land. Like, I don't know how to beat this yet. And so I think that happens for archetype finding for skill and talent within an organization. And so
say that again.
So if you have functions across an organization, there are people who are going to drive results within that function. And the first time you hire a salesperson, for example, you don't know what you're looking for. And so you just hire a human who says they can sell. And maybe they can, maybe they can't. And then you try to train them, it doesn't work, does work, whatever. And then finally, let's say you cycle through 3 sales guys and finally you find a killer. And then you have this pattern recognition, you're like, okay, that's what I'm looking for. And then all of a sudden you try and approximate that person or that archetype as much as you can. And so when you start your second company, you're like, oh, I can quickly staff up sales because I know what I'm looking for. But then you're like, shoot, I've never really nailed sales manager yet. And so then you cycle through, you start whacking away at the boss, and then you have to end up firing the boss at the level because you're like, oh God, this didn't work. And then 6 months are gone because you had to find them, hire them, train them, and then find out they suck, and then start over again. And maybe it takes 18 months to really find the right sales manager. And then you're like, okay, I know what that looks like. But I still don't have a director of marketing. What does that look like? And so it's basically developing this pattern recognition across all functions of the business so that you know what exceptional looks like. And then over time, what happens is as a business grows, your ability to attract talent increases. And so then your standards also grow. And then you find out that there's even more nuance to this, which is that there's a director of sales at a $1 to $10 million level, which is a different looking person from $10 to $100 million level. And it continues to go all the way up. And so it's basically building this repertoire of identifying patterns. And if you talk to, I would say, more experienced entrepreneurs now, they don't talk about building businesses. It's like assembling. You just assemble the pieces and you just know that this is how it's all going to flow together. And that fundamentally is basically what I try and decode within the content that I have, so that it's like, here's a pattern for how you recognize this. Here's a pattern for how you recognize this, so that you can just move faster through the levels to get to where you want to go. And so to loop back to the original question, which is how important are people in an organization? People are the organization. And so if you ever want to build enterprise value, it's building the collective consciousness of the organization, the skills and how they collaborate together towards a specific outcome. And so knowing how to staff that up is the job.
I think the reason why first-time founders feel like they have to learn this lesson themselves is because everything you just said is an unknown unknown. Like, they don't even know that they don't know it. So they hire the sales guy because they were their friend from high school, and then and then they go... I'm so unbelievably passionate about it. I went through the same BS. I hired my friend who worked at Prada to be our account. I hired a guy I met at a rap battle to be my marketing director who was literally playing video games for a living at 30 years old. And I went through this whole thing, and then maybe 3 or 4 years into my first business, I accidentally hired someone great. Like through no intention of myself, accidentally. Yeah. And I saw the net impact they had, and I thought, oh my God. Over the coming years, I learned that the fundamental game here was, as you said, assembling the best group of people. How, if I'm a first-time founder, can I put a system in place to make sure that even though I don't know what a good salesperson looks like, even though I don't know what an ex-good person looks like, I still attract them to my company?
The simplest way of doing it, so the simplest way of attracting somebody to your business when you don't know how to do the job or know who to look for is to unfortunately do the job yourself. And then once you can break down the job, we follow the 3Ds, which is document, demonstrate, duplicate. That's how we train anybody. So first, you have to document everything that you do to successfully do the job. And that's step by step into a checklist. Then you demonstrate. So you do this checklist in front of the person that you're trying to bring on. Then they duplicate. They do the checklist in front of you. What's interesting about that 3-step process is that you'll often find when you try to demonstrate following the checklist, you don't follow your checklist. And so then you have to adjust the checklist until you actually follow the checklist. And then when you consistently follow that checklist and get the output, then you can have them do that checklist. And so I think this is why bootstrap founders, I think oftentimes will find they tend to know more about more things because they had to learn them in order to teach them. Now, what's really interesting about what you said about accidentally finding that star at 3 or 4 years in is that I think that happens to almost everyone. Well, hopefully it happens, but the people who end up making it, it happens to almost everyone. Because then you realize, oh my God, like if I had 4 of these people, like we could change the world.
Can
Right?
I say something as well? The other epiphany revelation I had was the star hired stars.
Yeah,
right. And so I think her name's Katie Leeson. Of the 10 people she then hired, 9 of them became the best people in my company. And also, I'm not going to say his name, but someone else in my business, a C player, of the 10 people he hired, he and everyone he hired was fired.
So so as you go up in the organization with hires, the risk and reward goes up. And so that's something that a lot of people don't like talking about, but I will, which is if you hire somebody and let's say that they're not a cultural fit, maybe they have the skills, or they are a cultural fit, they don't have the skill fit, and they're a leader, what you find often, and it sucks, is that everyone, it's almost like it's like a tree that has an entirely rotten branch. It's like you end up having to scoop out 3/4 of what was underneath because you realize that they were ineffective or they just were against the actual mission of the business. And it's harrowing and it's horrible. But I try to give this analogy to my team because we've had to do it in every business. It happens. It's just part of business. Is if somebody goes to the bar and you're at the club and somebody racks up, just ordering shots for everybody, shots. And then that guy dips. That guy leaves. We all have to pay the bill. In the moment, when we pay the bill, when we scoop out the dead, when we scoop out the rot from the organization, it feels horrible. But that pain isn't because the scooping out the rot is bad. It's because we planted it on bad ground, or because that guy ordered all these shots but couldn't afford it. And I have a different analogy because I really want to drive this home because I think it's important, is that in the relationship world, if one spouse tells the other spouse, hey, I cheated on you, I had an affair, that moment is incredibly painful for both parties. And so what it makes you think is, oh, this was wrong to tell the truth. But it's not wrong to tell the truth. What's wrong was cheating. When you tell the truth is when you make it right. And so the pain that you often have to encounter in an organization feels wrong, but is right because that was you're righting a wrong, and that's where the pain occurs. And that's why so many businesses stay stuck, is because they have this affair, they have this person, and they're unwilling to have that hard conversation or multiple in order to make it right, and they stay stuck for years.
This is another quality of really successful founders that I've noticed, which is what you just said, is the ability to have the hard conversations sooner. And in my in my portfolio where there's first-time founders, they're coming to me and in our monthly meeting saying, God, there's this guy who's running the e-com division and he's so bad and I'm having to do the job for him. What do I do about it, Steve?
What do you think?
But then they come back to me 2 weeks later and they're like, he's still there.
Yeah, right. And a year later, and you're like, it's still John. You're like, what are we talking about here?
I remember asking in one such meeting, does John know that you're unhappy with him?
Oh, yeah.
No. So there's this quiet dissatisfaction, which I think is a virus, right?
Right, and what no one wants to discuss is the fact that everyone else knows John sucks.
Amen.
And that becomes the minimum standard for what is acceptable for excellence in the organization. And so I think, so if brand is what your reputation is externally, I think culture is kind of what reputation is internally. And so I define culture, operationalized, because I think culture is a very fluffy word. What does that mean? Right? It's the rules that govern reinforcement within an organization. What do we reward? What do we punish? And so the thing is that there's people have values because they're bundled terms that ladder up many behaviors. If I said Rolls-Royce probably would have some value that's quality over speed, probably, right? And so they would have that, but somebody would have to say, like, well, what does that mean, right? Well, we hope that we use this as a decision-making filter for how it affects behaviors on every situation, so that when you're in the should I go fast or should I make it right, you make it right. And there are other organizations, kind of like the speed, justice and mercy, speed and quality. Both of them are important, and sometimes they sit diametrically opposed. And so we have to say, where do we sit in the gray so that we can duplicate decision-making across the organization, so that we can maintain the culture. And so culture, Layla says this a lot, but culture, I think this is a Drucker quote, actually. Culture trumps strategy like twice a week and every day on Sunday. Mm-hmm. If you have a mediocre strategy but an unbelievable culture, you will crush somebody who has a great strategy and a terrible culture. Because culture ladders up to performance and execution. And almost every business is limited by execution, not strategy. Most business strategy isn't that complicated. Like, let's do a really good job, so good that people tell their friends about us, and as long as we have enough gross margin, we'll make money. It's not that hard, right? It's just that the doing it is the hard part. Yeah. And so when we have these, they are the spoken and unspoken rules, mostly unspoken. If someone shows up 3 minutes late to a meeting and there's 10 people in the meeting and it's supposed to be a marketing meeting and I'm there, if I don't say anything, I have now said, we have an unspoken rule that if someone shows up 3 minutes late to a meeting, it's okay. I've reinforced that rule. Now, if I've reinforced it by not punishing behavior, or at least calling it out. On the flip side, if someone comes in and I berate them, that's also a way of changing behavior, maybe not the right way to do it. But I could then, like, what do you do in that situation? Someone shows up 3 minutes late. First off, you would probably sideline with that person and be like, hey, I don't know if you realize that you were 3 minutes late. What happened? And they're like, I was on a client call. It went late. I'm really sorry. Or I was on a sales call. For me in my organization, clients and sales will take priority. So if you have a meeting and you're on a sale and you're about to close it, close the sale, right? But if you were just doing nothing and we have this meeting, then this is the priority. And so the next time we hop on, I'll be like, hey guys, I just want to address something. John was late. He was late because of a sales call. Or when I DM'd him right as he got on late, I would say, hey, make sure you say that. And then be like, hey guys, sorry I was late. I was on a sales call. And then I would say, that's fine. You're good to go. Always go make money. And then I'm reinforcing the right thing. Right. And so I think we're very big on rapid feedback in the moment, because that's how you train behavior. So if you look at, there's tons of studies on this, but basically if you want to train a dog, right, and you want it to sit, if you have it sit and then immediately give a biscuit, it learns really quickly. If you have it sit and then wait 10 seconds before you give a biscuit, it takes like 3 times as many repetitions for it to learn that the sitting gets the biscuit. If you wait more than a minute, it never learns. Really? You can see the learning curve. The amount of repetitions just skyrockets until eventually there is no amount. But here's where it gets crazy. That biscuit is still reinforcing something, just not sitting. It's reinforcing the thing that just came before it. So if we want people to do something, we have to change it in the moment. And so when we train, and I think that we're a training organization, we're very good at training, whatever skills, is engineering ways to give many feedback loops in a short period of time around specific skills. So I use sales because it's one that everyone understands. If you're training a script with someone, if you let someone read through a script, and then at the end you say, hey, here's the things you could have done better, blah, blah. This is how 95% of people train. It also doesn't work. Mm-hmm. We set the premise with, you're going to read through the script, and in the first 30 minutes, we might get through a third of it. And I'm going to probably stop you like 30 times. And if that happens, it means we're doing it right. So we set the premise that I'm going to interrupt you a bunch of times. And as soon as you say the first line, I'm going to be like, stop, say it again, say it like this, go again. And then they're like, okay. And then they say it. And I'm like, awesome job. Do it again. Awesome job. Do it again. So I reinforce it as many times as I can. Okay, go to the second sentence, right? Now do first and second, right? Do second and third, right? And you keep working your way through until eventually they just say it like a whistle. They can sing it because they've also had so many repetitions and so many feedback loops that they're like, this is what it sounds like when it's right. And I think that the vast majority of organizations have no idea how to train, and their entire training, their way of getting talent is just, let's hire 10 and we'll just see who works out, rather than being able to take someone and level them up. And I think that the ability to train is one of the largest alphas that exist in organizations, because if you can buy talent at B skill and get them to A+, then you net the delta in profit between what you had to attract and pay the person to come and what they perform at. If you have to use a picking strategy, then you have to pay for current market rate of the skill. And so you actually eat into margin because you don't know how to train. There are advantages to speed, and sometimes it still makes sense to bring in the talent because maybe the training requires so much time that it's not worth it. And so from a hiring perspective, because we were just talking about this theme, we always want to hire for the smallest skill deficiency. And so in low-skilled labor, for example, if we have a cupcake bakery and I need somebody to work the counter, that is pretty low-skilled labor. And so if there's a number of skills that are required, being able to be on time, smile, be nice, those things are bundled terms that have many skills underneath of them, right? Whereas teaching someone how to use the register might take like 30 minutes. And so it makes sense to hire for attitude and then train aptitude when you have low-skilled labor. When you have really high-skilled labor, I can't teach someone 10 years of CFO. But I could probably teach someone to be nice faster than I can teach them to be a CFO. If they had everything that I want most, but the work is perfect. And so we just yeah.
But it's petty.
Yeah.
Point that out. Like I'm some kind of rude dictator.
Yeah.
Why is that so important? And how do you create an environment?
I'm totally good with that.
They don't want to offend people.
Dude, kind, not nice. One of our, you know, I wouldn't say it's not the one on the site, but things that are repeated internally all the time, kind, not nice, one of the big ones, which is that you're actually being unkind to someone by not maximizing the likelihood that they succeed in their role. And people don't lose jobs typically because of one thing. It's usually 100 small things. And so if we can immediately fix those 100 small things, most people want to do a job. And most people want to move up. And we can maximize the likelihood that those things occur and help them. And this is where the culture is there. If on that first day, like I said, we say, if we're going to work through the script and we're only going to get through a third of it, I'm going to stop you 30 times to correct you. We've already kind of set the expectations of how things go here. Like, we will fix things and we will fix them fast. And it's understanding the difference. And we teach our teams this is what is the difference between an insult and criticism? So criticism is a discrepancy between actual and desired. So you were supposed to be on time, and this week you were late twice, and so that is the discrepancy. And you're lazy is the insult. And so the judgment that's associated with the discrepancy is insulting someone. Pointing out the discrepancy is purely criticism, and that's objective. And so if you want to improve the team, remove insults, focus on criticism, and tell them what to do instead. And so the easiest way to think through this, I think, is stop, start, keep. So I'll tell you a real story. So we had a director level, so a relatively high person in the organization who was having behavior issues. Said differently, everyone thinks you're a dick. And so he ended up making his rounds of the executive team and having a sit down with all of them because he was really proficient at the skill. He's a high performer, like good at what he does. Just no one liked him. And so he talked to 4 different executives, and the behavior didn't change. And so he finally came to my office, and he was like a little bit worried, and he was like, "Am I going to get fired?" And I was like, "No, HR will fire you if you're going to get fired. You're not going to be with me." Like, what are we talking about? But when we sat down, I said, "Okay, I want to be clear. I want to decrease the likelihood that people call you a dick in the future." I said, "Does that sound like an agreeable goal?" And he said, "Yeah, I want that." I was like, "Okay, good. I also don't care if you are a dick. I just care that everyone else thinks you are." And so I just want to minimize the likelihood that I get drawn into this ever again. So the reasons that they are calling you a dick, we need to dive into that. Because every other conversation you'd had with, some of the leaders was just like, "Hey man, stop being a dick." And the thing is what do you do with that? Nothing. You just get insulted. and then you have nothing to do. And so instead of like, okay, when you cut people off when they talk, stop, start, keep doing. Do this instead. Shut up. So when someone else is talking, wait until they finish. And if you're not sure, ask if they're done. It's like, okay, when you give unsolicited advice on how they should run their department, don't. Or ask if they want it. If they say no, don't say anything. And so we identified 3 or 4 behaviors that he was doing, and I said, just do this instead. And literally the next week, we were like, what happened to him? He's like a new man. And the thing is that he wasn't a dick. He just didn't know how to behave. And so if you want to teach, teaching has to come from conditions and a behavior. And so if you're trying to get someone to be different, you have to give them the conditions under which they need to change. So when someone says this, if this occurs, there's a condition, and then this is what you need to do. And so the vast majority of training that exists does none of that. It's just people shouting at each other, insulting them, and saying, hey, you need to level up. You need to get, you need to increase your performance. What does that mean? And so I think one of the easiest ways to identify the actual behavior, because that's actually the tough part, is like, why do I think he's a dick? Why do I think she's lazy? Because I want to insult them, but that's not, so how do I help her? It's like, okay, why am I describing her this way? Okay.
Don't you go getting any ideas! you go getting any ideas?